So good morning, everyone, and welcome to our special council meeting on July the 8th, 2026. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss water-related matters. I will now call on Tim Brubaker to conduct the roll call.
Regional Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Erb. Present. Councillor Foxton is online. Councillor Gowing.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hunick.
Present.
Councillor James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett.
Present.
Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Is online. Councillor Nowak. Councillor Rodriguez.
Present.
Councillor Salonen.
Present.
Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Rubanovich. Councillor Wolf. Present. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Channotton or neutral peoples. In doing this, I want to reflect on what it means to be doing important community work like we are engaging in collectively today, and also my own individual relationship to the land. As a settler, one of the most important aspects of my individual journey towards truth and reconciliation has been to listen. I am continually grateful to a community that shares their stories and their concerns with me. As well as the chair of the region, I know I carry a large responsibility to ensure it is not just myself on the individual level listening and acting, but that as a government, we are listening and creating action as a community. I'm offering this acknowledgement as one of the many actions I am personally and the region largely is taking on our journey towards reconciliation. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements, and their contributions to our community. We have several days of significance this month. July is Disability Pride Month, an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the strength, achievements, perspectives, and leadership of people with disabilities while continuing to advocate for a community where everyone feels valued, included, and empowered. July 9th is Nunavut Day. On this day, we celebrate Nunavut, officially a territory since 1999, but home to Indigenous peoples for over 4,500 years. We acknowledge the important cultural, social, and economic contributions of the Nunavut community. And finally, July 14th is Non-Binary Persons Day, a day to shine a light on those who identify as non-binary and celebrate the diversity of this community. Colleagues, are there any conflicts of interest to declare? Seeing none, I would now entertain a motion to go into closed session for the purpose of receiving advice on subjects of a client solicitor privilege regarding potential litigation related to the Mannheim Service water constraint. Moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Leggett. Do I have unanimous consent to go into closed? All right, colleagues, we will meet downstairs in the Waterloo County room in closed. Colleagues, I now need a mover and a seconder to move us back into open session. Moved by Councillor Gowing, seconded by Councillor Nowak. Do I have unanimous consent to reconvene in open session? I believe I do. There are no presentations. We'll now proceed to delegations as listed on the agenda, and I would like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. If you're attending in person, please proceed to the podium when you are called upon to speak. The podium can be lowered and raised using the buttons on the right. If you're attending virtually, please turn on your microphone and camera when you are called upon. You will have 5 minutes to speak if you registered before the deadline, 3 minutes if you registered afterwards. When the light on the podium turns yellow, that means you have 1 minute remaining. When the light turns red, that means your time is up. You may hear me give you a reminder of your remaining time. Additionally, some reminders: if you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in an immediate removal from the meeting. Interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations. Derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others. Turning your camera on at inappropriate times. Hate speech or defamatory comments. And one more reminder for delegations: please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and the ideas who have been shared with us from our community members. Jabran Butt, you're appearing virtually. Are you online?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm appearing virtually.
Thank you. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, will you please pull up my our presentation? Yes, first slide, please. Yes, so the solution that I delivered for the water challenge constraint was where the head of the Grand River is located at this given coordinates, 44.099 north latitude and minus 80.428 west in Ontario, Canada. Right from the line of the head of the Grand River, if it can be, if the water channel, will you please scroll to the next slide, please? If water channel can be constructed and connected with the head of the Grand River all the way to the James Bay, which is indicated right on the slide, that is a coverage distance of 610 kilometers to 625 kilometers and 90-degree exact north. That will increase the volume capacity of the water in our region, or region of Waterloo, which drains into the Lake Erie, one of the 5 Great Lakes. You can locate this on the Google Maps at 55.3 north and 82.50 west. Next slide, please. Now, talking about the route of the water supply infrastructure, if it can be built or taken into consideration by civil engineers or the municipal engineers to be discussed in the meeting, this is these outlined route is how the water can flow from the north as the climate change is affecting and glaciers are melting. And I highlighted is that James Bay connect with the head of the Grand River. James Bay is directly connected with Hudson Bay because they both merge into each other. Hudson Bay is connected to Labrador Sea. Labrador Sea is directly in North Atlantic Ocean. Grand River flows into Lake Erie. This is the route that can be possible if the water channel is constructed. Next slide, please. As I indicated here on this slide, that construct the water channel by joining the James Bay and head of the Water River at a range of 625 kilometers approximately. This will lead to increase the water volume of Grand River This will remove the barrier of water shortage for the region of Waterloo. Housing development will continue to develop water lines, and it will improve visibility over the years and improve the number of factors and long-term solution. Homelessness will decrease in community in the region of Waterloo, and it will be a benefit for the government housing programs and in other areas. Next slide, please. The water treatment plant, the Mannheim water treatment plant and the other treatment plants will increase in water capacity across jurisdictions if this idea will be implemented and bring into action. Water engineers, civil engineers, and municipal engineers will develop advanced methods to build water projects. Fire stations will get benefit with an increase of water volume for the wildfires have impacted communities. Next slide, please. This water sustainability solution implementation, permission and construction following applicable acts and Water and Wastewater Act can last more than 100 years and for future generations in the province of Ontario, Canada. For reference, please check on the Google Maps or Map of Canada on the Atlas to get a clear idea. For any questions, you're welcome to ask me any questions. Thank you. Now I give you the time, anybody on the floor, to ask me a question, and I will respond. Thank you, ma'am.
Jebran, thank you very much, and thank you for providing your slide deck. I see no questions, so thank you for bringing this information to our attention. The next delegation is Melissa Durrell, Build Urban. Melissa is running to the podium. We won't start the clock till you start talking. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay. You'd think I'd know this. I've been here several times, and so appropriate for me to say good morning to the chair and the regional council and the staff here. I'm Melissa Durrell, representing Build Urban, which is a coalition of urban developers across Waterloo Region. I'm here today in support of Dorothy McCabe's motion to accelerate water infrastructure. But before I speak to the motion itself, I want to acknowledge yesterday's announcement. The identification of 10 additional liters per second of water supply, combined with 20 liters per second expected from the Mannheim side stream treatment system later this year, is welcome news. It represents meaningful progress and provides a clear path towards lifting the development constraints that have impacted our region. Build Urban recognizes the work that has gone into reaching this point. Staff, the council, municipalities, technical experts, and the industry have all worked together to identify solutions, and that collaboration deserves recognition. At the same time, yesterday's announcement reinforces an important lesson. The additional 10 liters per second did not come from new infrastructure. It came from a better understanding of how the existing system could be operated. While that's encouraging, it also demonstrates why we must continue looking for every opportunity to optimize our existing system while accelerating the infrastructure projects that will support our region for decades to come. Over the past 216 days, Build Urban and other industry organizations have appeared before this council. We've spoken about the Mannheim water capacity issue, and we've submitted letters. We've participated in working groups. We've met with staff and elected officials and worked alongside municipalities to identify solutions. But for those 216 days, our industry has been in a holding pattern. That is 216 days of delayed housing, postponed investments, mounting carrying costs, and while we appreciate the recent progress, we simply cannot afford another 216 days. The fundamental challenge we face right now is no longer just finding water, it's about rebuilding trust. The uncertainty of the last 7 months broke the confidence of lenders, investors, and builders. They need to know that the region is a reliable place to build. Restoring that confidence requires more than interim solutions. It requires aggressive, urgent action to secure our long-term capacity. Every single day matters. Accelerating the Maple Grove Water Treatment Plant and the Cambridge 2W booster is not just an infrastructure priority, it's an economic emergency. We strongly urge Council to pass Councillor McCabe's motion today and commit to the fastest possible timeline and move forward with the forward-looking service agreements motion as well. We need to get shovels in the ground. We need to get housing built, and we need to clearly signal to the rest of the province, Canada, and internationally that Waterloo is open for business again. Thanks.
Melissa, I have no questions, but thank you very much for continuing to walk this journey with us.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Hugh Simpson, and Hugh is virtual, I believe. And you're from Kitchener. Hugh, the floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to you and Council and staff for hearing me this morning. Does staff have my slides, or do I need to share them with you? Because I'd sent those along PDF.
They should be up shortly.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The topic I'd like to speak about this morning concerns the recent motion by Council directing staff to replace the current groundwater interference appeal process with a Council-appointed well interference appeal committee and process. I'd like to speak about two opportunities, some of which would complement what Ms. Durrell just recently spoke about, and I believe will be spoken about later in the meeting, that could be used to support this council direction. The first, next slide, please. Talks about a more open and transparent approach that is collaborative and engages with and involves residents in developing the proposed replacement for the current well interference committee and process. The approach to date with staff has been quite controlled. This is not to criticize, but more to observe, and the residents have had limited opportunities to share their experiences and thoughts about what a new process could look like. For instance, the virtual consultation recently, 2 weeks ago, was an unfortunate example of the approach being used, with residents being muted and cameras turned off throughout a complex and lengthy technical presentation and unmuted only to ask their question and have it answered, sometimes incorrectly because there was really very little opportunity for clarification. And really at no time could residents see anyone else who was involved in the virtual meeting except for the region staff or the consultant doing the presentation. Requesting that Council direct staff to move to more collaborative and inclusive approach, include residents throughout the process. There's a workshop scheduled a week from now, and I encourage staff to share information in advance because although slides are available to people via the internet, not everybody has access to that information, and so emailing those slides from the past meeting would be very helpful for people to come in with some thoughts in advance of what they would like to say rather than being asked cold in the meeting to the workshop to provide thoughtful comments. Also suggest moving from a communication to a dialogue approach, talking with rather than at the residents, which the last meeting was really focused around, and moving more from a reactive to a proactive approach, anticipating rather than reacting in terms of the process that will be used. Currently, staff are looking at examples elsewhere which are very reactive in nature, and it would be really nice to move away from reacting to problems than and looking at ways of preventing them. So, next slide, please. Complementing this is a broader vision that the Citizens for Safe Groundwater have been thinking about, and that's moving towards an integrated groundwater management approach, one that would involve advanced hydrological review and modeling, including monitoring and dynamic scenario evaluation at a regional scale, not at a well field scale. And this region scale community engaged management approach would look at the resource as a whole system and make information accessible to residents as well, and there are examples of that. Talk about that in a second. And really this idea of proactively anticipating and mitigating groundwater issues such as private well interference, over pumping, and even the shortages that were mentioned in by the previous speaker. These kind of things can be avoided by sort of upping our game, if you will. Next slide. And so one request to council is to direct staff to move towards a more comprehensive groundwater management approach. And an example of that is the neighboring Oak Ridges Marine Groundwater Project, which is a municipally sponsored project. It's very, very successful. It's got 30 years of experience, and they're quite happy to come and talk to you and staff about that. Looking at advanced modeling approaches such as hydrogeosphere, which was developed in Waterloo at the University of Waterloo and is currently being supported by a local company. And again, the third item is higher resolution monitoring and community-based engagement. And my colleagues and myself at the Morwick G360 Groundwater Research Institute at the University of Guelph have a long history of working with the rural and farm and other communities in doing this kind of community-based engagement. And so just a recommendation and a request that council direct staff to move to a more dynamic, integrated, community-centered approach. And this graphic off to the right is a model that was done, this advanced type of modeling for the Grand River watershed, 3D in time, looking at different scenarios from climate change. And the region is part of that, and so it would be a matter of just taking the information that you currently have and moving towards that. And I believe I'm done. I have one more slide, but it's not critical, so I can stop there.
Thank you very much for the positive intervention, for providing your slides and information. And I have no questioners, so thank you very much for contributing to this conversation.
Thank you very much.
The next delegation, again, is virtual. It's Rory Farnham, Secretary for Citizens for Safe Groundwater. Rory, you have the floor, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I believe I have 2 slides also, Madam Chair.
I think they should be up momentarily.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of council. I'm here today on behalf of Citizens for Safe Groundwater. Before I get started, I'd like to acknowledge yesterday's positive capacity announcement from the region. It's great to see, and it's important that the community continues to see light at the end of the tunnel. I want to begin with something simple. Groundwater is not just infrastructure, a permit, or a line item in a technical report. For rural families, farms, homeowners, and businesses, it is life. It is what comes out of the tap when a child needs a bath, what fills a kettle in the morning, and what keeps a home livable. So, when the Burnside report tells us that the production aquifer serving municipal wells K50, K51, and K52 have been declining since 2019, council should not hear that as a technical footnote. Council should hear it as a warning. The concern is not simply whether the region stayed within its permit. The concern is whether the permit and current operating approach are actually protecting the aquifer and the people who depend on it. The Burnside report itself shows something important. When pumping was reduced, water levels in nearby monitoring wells rose by 1 meter. That means municipal pumping is visibly affecting the aquifer. This is not theoretical. The aquifer is responding to the region's pumping decisions. That is why the question before council should not be, did we comply with the permit? The question should be, what are we prepared to do now that the warning signs are right in front of us? Rural residents should not have to become casualties of a wait-and-see water policy. They should not discover that there is a problem only after their pump starts pulling air. They should not have to prove at their own expense that municipal pumping contributed to the loss or degradation of their water supply. And saying there is no recent well interference complaints is not the same as saying there were no impacts. Many people may not know how to report interference, may not have known increased pumping is occurring, or may blame their own equipment, their well age, or dry weather. A complaint-based system waits for people to suffer first. That is just not good enough. This well field already has a history serious enough that raw water continues to be supplied to a pond west of the wells because of past interference concerns. That history should make council more cautious, not more comfortable. Next slide, please. We are asking for common sense protections. Pumping normalized trends and trend analysis, clear trigger levels that force operational changes before water levels fall further, proactive private well monitoring for nearby residents, annual reporting versus the biannual currently in place today, at least while the aquifer remains below historic levels, and a review of whether the current permitted pumping volume is still appropriate under today's conditions. This is not alarmism, it is prevention. And prevention is cheaper, fairer, and more responsible than compensation after harm has occurred.
Rory, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Chair. Residents are being asked to trust that their groundwater is being protected. Private well owners are being asked to trust that their homes, farms, and families will not become collateral damage in this process. Council should not accept a report that documents decline but offers no meaningful management response. So, in closing, I ask Council plainly, please do not treat this report as a clean bill of health. Treat it as an early warning. Please act before the next report is not about declining well levels, but about people who have lost access to water altogether. Thank you for your time.
Rory, thank you very much, and please don't go away. We have some questions. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much. Actually, my question's for staff, based on his delegation and correspondence that was set previously.
We will hold those
Okay.
till later. Councillor
Thanks,
Salonen,
Rory.
is this for the delegation?
It was just a really quick thank you very much, Rory, for your continued effort on this and your group and for bringing this forward. This is some of the same questions that I'm going to be asking later today of staff when that report comes forward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate your continued advocacy on behalf of the residents.
So, Rory, you may stick around. I don't have any more questions, but Councillor McCabe, did you want to ask a question of staff?
Yeah, thank you. And based on the correspondence that Rory had sent and then the information that his delegation that he provided today, I guess my question is, how do we respond to that as staff? Because I know there's work happening right now and meetings and consultations happening like right now. So I don't know if some of his recommendations and ideas are things that are being incorporated or not. So.
Director Law or
So thanks for just providing an update.
Amy
Thank
or
you.
Pam? Amy can take it.
Yep, through the chair. Thank you for the question. Yes, we are in the midst of reviewing the policy now. I do know that Mr. Simpson has been to the last session we had. So we will be having 3 in-person sessions total, and we did have the 1 virtual. We are doing an open house session here at headquarters on July 14th, and it will be a much more dialogue-focused event. And so, yes, I hope Mr. Simpson will be able to attend. We are collecting all of the feedback through the consultant, and it's being evaluated and incorporated where possible.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that.
Councillor Hunick, you have a question of staff as well?
Yes, I think Amy might have just answered it. Thank you, Chair. Based on the previous delegates' conversation about lack of satisfaction with the format of the water info session, is there an opportunity to have more dialogue and or what are the obstacles to dialogic meetings as opposed to presentation meetings, if that makes sense?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I think it just came down to the time frame, coming back to council with a revised policy recommendation by mid-August is kind of what's driving the timelines. So we are including another in-person event. We also will be, we have the survey that is out. I also know that ads are going into various newspapers in Wilmot and in Woolwich and in the Regional Record over the next week, advising about that meeting on the 14th. So we're hoping that that information is out there and that people will be able to attend.
And anyone can come, or you need to sign up ahead of time?
I believe we ask people to sign up just so we know how many people to expect, but anyone's welcome to drop in.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. The next delegation is Joseph Pupolo, Senior Advisor, Urban Initiatives. Welcome, Joseph. You're here in person, and the podium is yours, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Obviously, I had to walk a little bit longer today to walk this journey with you. What I want to speak to is the transition of getting Waterloo region back to what I would consider more of a normal state. And I want to speak to 3 sort of high-level principles. First and foremost, finalizing these forward-looking servicing agreements, obviously supporting the motion today to give delegated authority, but I think there's 5 high-level principles that I wanted to speak to that these agreements need to contemplate, and obviously smarter people in the room will be speaking to more of the specifics, but we need to provide confidence that the water commitments will be honored and a meaningful project timelines have been achieved. We need to recognize the distinct roles of developers and builders and their interrelation between the two insofar as transferring water ability. We need to look at realistic timelines in terms of development in order to better assign between the groups. What are realistic timelines ahead of building permits and occupancy? And then support normal financing and land transactions, just understanding the mechanics of the development thing and having those reflected in the report. I think it's also really important to establish clear and predictable administrative processes so people understand what it is. So when people are going to purchase a home, seek financing, they understand the mechanics of this. This agreement should give all parties confidence, and we need to balance the risk across all parties. I do, however, want to just highlight just an important learning opportunity. The notion of forward-looking servicing contracts was first brought up in February and March. And what I would say is over the last few weeks, we've had a lot of fury to try and get these things developed and out the door. I want to use this as an example for us to try and parallelize work more when possible while other work is occurring on other things so that we can get multiple things completed at the same time. The next component, and I believe through discussions with staff, this is already occurring, but the implementation of a transparent reporting mechanism and a dashboard to understand for all these capital projects, what are the current status, what is the original and revised completion dates, what are the projected water realization and gains, expected in-service time, and key risks affecting delivery. I think this is really, really crucial for doing that and ensuring that we're delivering things in a timely fashion and telling people why we've done everything that we could. On the planning side, I think we really need to operationalize and have a better understanding through our lower tier municipal partners what have actually started, what water allocation has been reserved, what has been committed, and what has been utilized. I think once we see the actual rollout of the interim risk framework, we're going to notice quite a lag from the time that water is allocated or there from the time that it's actually utilized, which should help give increased confidence to everybody in this room and the community that there's actually more water in the system while other improvements come on stream. I think this is core information is crucial and is at the core of what we need to give confidence back to the community that we're proceeding in a thoughtful way. Final point is, I think in terms of the messaging, I've had a lot of discussion with a lot of people, whether it be lenders and a lot of different groups, is making returning to normal the primary objective. And I respect very much all the work that's been done around the interim risk framework, but it needs to be viewed as interim in every sense of the word. We have to get to a point where we feel comfortable of collapsing this timeline of an interim.
You've got 1 minute left, Joseph.
No problem. Interim back to normal. So what I would put out there to this council and staff and all of us collectively as an industry, try and figure out a way within the next 2 or 3 years to returning to what is quote unquote normal, because any policy that goes on for half a decade effectively I don't view as interim. And it sets a signal out to the community and to the lending community and everybody else there. I think we need to work to come to a quicker conclusion and what that looks like. I'm happy to be part of that discussion and journey. Just in closing, I wanted to very much also support the other motion in there regarding Councillor McCabe. I had the pleasure of meeting Minister McCarthy as well as Premier Ford yesterday and thanking them for all of their continued work and advocacy to support the region through this time period. I think not only does Minister McCarthy stand ready to assist us to advance any capital projects such as the ones mentioned in the motion, but Premier Ford very much understands that this is a core distinguishing region in the province and in the country, and we need to get back to business as usual. So thank you very much.
So Joseph, I see no questions, but I too want to thank you for making this journey with us and being a very productive, positive force. And anytime you talk to the Premier and Minister McCarthy, mention that we need funding, because we continue to advocate that there's a big price tag to this. So.
And on that point, they are definitely interested in supporting funding, but it also has to be commensurate with all of the accomplishments that we do as a result of those things. So I think funding will be available, but we have to show progress.
Thank you very much. The next delegation, Craig Robson, Reopen Waterloo Region Industry Coalition. Craig, welcome. Welcome to the podium, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'll speak quickly and leave parts out. June 17th, I was here to talk about issues with the proposed forward-looking servicing agreements. And on June 27th, we received an updated draft, and in my opinion, it wasn't a lot better and would not interest lenders in lending to projects to which these were subject. I realize that the form of the agreements is not in front of you today, but the framework, which I view as the constitution of the format of those agreements, is. And so if we approve a framework that, in our view, has flaws, the agreements won't be able to stray from that framework. So I think I need to make comments on that. As always, the details, the devil is in the details, and so here I am. I keep reading about risk, and I'll touch about my comments on risk at the end if the unlikely event I have any time. The framework still provides that a building permit is not enough to solidify an allocation, and this is very important. Occupancy can be denied if a milestone is missed. It has to be kept in mind that a building permit can be rescinded under the building code if not acted on within 6 months. And I think that provides enough protection with the use it or lose it principle. Most home builders will not seek a building permit for other than a model home unless there's a signed agreement of purchase and sale with a home buyer. Allowing that home to be constructed and made subject to an agreement of purchase and sale, and then have the possibility that occupancy will not be allowed, is simply not acceptable. I don't know how I can expand on that. Other than on a larger scale, denying occupancy, for example, to a large apartment building that's cost tens of millions of dollars to construct is also patently unfair and will scare the bejeebers out of lenders who lend on those kind of projects. Nothing emphasizes the uncertainty of the time it takes to complete projects and the uncertainty in the industry other than what's in front of us today. Suddenly, out of nowhere, there was no water supply for reasons that had nothing to do with developers. Developers can't control their timetables in many cases. There should not be an occupancy milestone. Obtaining a building permit should be the acid test and the last milestone. If that building permit gets revoked, the developer would be subject to the risk of there being insufficient water allocation to support the reissuance of that permit. The concept of milestones is understandable, but if you want to take the risk out of it, those milestones have to be very, very generous to make it clear that they are achievable, even with unexpected events. The framework seeks to as well to prohibit assigning rights or obligations to third parties, and Joseph touched on this. The most recent draft of the FLSA also prohibited any sale closings or lot until occupancy. This does not respect what happens in the industry. Many subdividers are not home builders, and they sell their lots and blocks to home builders.
Craig, if you can sum up, you're out of time.
Okay. We have to have the clear ability to sell lots and blocks to home builders before building permit, because they're the ones that go get the building permits. And they need to own them because they can't get financing, and they shouldn't be building on other people's dirt in the first place. So my request is that the framework be held in abeyance until we've had time to work through some of these details, so that the agreements that flow from it are not bound by those constraints.
Let's get started. Let's get started. Most of the conversation appears to have been on the supply of water rather than the usage of water. My concern here today is more granular and concerns the proliferation of data centers in our region. Data centers are well known for using vast amounts of energy and water. Apparently, a medium-sized facility uses 110 million gallons per year, and large facilities are using up to 5 million gallons per day. So there are 9 data centers in the region, 7 in Kitchener-Waterloo. There are 60 more within 50 miles of the Columbia Street data vault. So again, my concern would be who would approve this concentration of water and power-hungry facilities when we are having problems supplying water to the residents. Do we have valid electrical and water usage figures for these data centers to indicate just how much of a draw they are causing to our water supply? I'd be curious to know, are there tax benefits from the region for these facilities to locate here? How obligated is the region to supply these huge amounts if residential or other uses are impacted? The record indicates today that significantly new water capacity, but to my mind, pulling from the Grand River or optimizing well fields is basically stealing from Peter to pay Paul. I don't see how we can continue to allow the proliferation of these facilities and maintain the water and services that are needed. I was also interested in if the data centers are contributing in any way to the additional costs of rolling out water and power infrastructure. Are there any more data centers planned for our region? Do we actually investigate these data centers as to what technologies they're using? Evaporative cooling results in these huge water usage and loss. Closed loop cooling is much better with less water use, but is more expensive to the operators of the data centers themselves. There's lessons to be learned from the proliferation of these facilities in the United States. They're experiencing a lot of community pushback after the data centers.
Charles, you're out of time if you want to sum up, and I do have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am. Again, that's the gist of my concern.
Don't go anywhere. Councillor McCabe?
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, I just wanted to say thanks for coming in and raising these concerns, which are, very real ones. And I don't have answers to your questions around, what other data centers are being planned, et cetera. But I do want to just share that the way at least on the electrical system, you asked about power, or you raise power. Currently, right now, provincial legislation with we have the local distribution center or company called Innova, and they, as an application comes in for the use of electricity, it's on a first come, first served basis. So I'm on the board of AMO, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. It's a provincial body for municipalities, and we have asked the province to change that legislation to give local municipalities the option of saying, we know there's a new hospital coming, we want to keep power for that versus, something else, data centers or whatever else. But there are provincial legislation and, issues similar to that we are restricted by. So just wanted to let you know that. But thank you again for coming in and sharing your opinion.
Is the wastewater from the centers are heavily polluted with biocides, anti-corrosives, etc. So again, there's additional stress on our water purification systems, and it appears the taxpayer is carrying most of the burden for these data center operators. So,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
And I'd like the use of supply, or use versus and supply. We do need to think about both. And I think the use piece is where we've been talking a lot about the conservation and the conservation working group. So thanks for that as well.
Thank you very much for coming in and raising an issue that I think is on all of our radar. And I guess I'd look to Mr. Regier to say, is this a topic that could come back to a future meeting? And I'm thinking writ large data centers, our approach, and how many are here?
Yeah, through you, Chair Redmond, we'd be happy to bring back a summary on this issue. I will say that through all of our work, including the interim risk-based management framework, we have considered heavy water users in a separate category, and so we've definitely the framework that Council has been working with definitely considers heavy water users as something to pay very close attention to.
And I'm assuming that we could let Mr. Campbell know when that report's coming forward.
Yes, yeah, certainly. I haven't put my mind to it at all, so we'll get back to you with more on that.
One last question would be, when were the authorizations for these data centers issued? When were they started to be operational? And looking at the timeline of their usage as opposed to our difficulties with supply, I'm wondering if there's some.
So I've asked for a report to come back, and you'll be privy to it when it comes back. Thank you. So colleagues, we're now on to report Mannheim Service Area Water Capacity Constraint. And this is an update of work underway on the Mannheim Service Area Capacity Constraint. And it is for information, and I will look to Interim Commissioner Ken Brothers to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. You can bring up the PowerPoint. Next slide. So, after months of dedicated around-the-clock work from staff, area municipal colleagues, technical experts, and consultants, the Mannheim service area is no longer in a water supply deficit. Following Council's decision to allocate 15 liters per second from Wilmot on an interim basis, water supply is now operating sustainably. That means new water that gets added can be allocated to area municipalities for new projects. This month, 30 liters per second of water capacity is ready to be assigned to area municipalities to support development needs across the region. So what does that mean? 30 liters per second is projected to support approximately 5,400 homes, for 10,500 residents and 5,000 jobs. That's orders of magnitude to just put things in context. As we announced earlier this week, 10 liters per second is available for use immediately. 20 liters per second will be available for allocation this fall and later in September. Next slide. To get there, we've taken on a multi-pronged approach, leaving no stone unturned. Work can be divided into three main buckets: infrastructure projects, operational efficiencies, and policies and tools. For infrastructure projects, we've restored 60 liters per second of capacity at the Parkway Water Treatment Plant earlier this year. We continue to work at Greenbrook, where we're anticipating restoring 80 liters per second by the end of 2026. At the Mannheim Water Treatment Plant, the Mannheim Side Stream Phase 1 work is underway, and we are working as fast as we can to bring that 20 liters per second online this fall. We also look at other operational efficiencies, and where we could safely run our systems to get more water, including well optimization, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. We're also using policies and tools to advance this work, including Wilmot Center water transfers of 30 liters per second and the 15 liters per second on an interim basis. The interim risk management framework, that policy piece that everything ties into so we can manage water effectively and efficiently as we can. The regional allocation policy of how the new water would come on and be allocated to area municipalities. Transfers of service commitment that we've talked about this morning. And forward-looking service agreements, to give development community an idea of what's coming so we can plan ahead. So a lot's transpired. All this has happened concurrently. Next slide, please. So what is all well optimization? We've had some discussions on this morning. Well optimization looks at the supply systems to see how the 40 wells in the Mannheim service area can be used more effectively to increase the overall water available. We looked at historical data, pressure, flow, and water levels in our supply wells and aquifers to identify where we might be able to get more water out of our existing wells. We also made sure that the additional supply could be maintained during higher demand. This approach balances where water is pumped in the system. There could be some areas where less is being taken so that we can draft more water in other areas. It analyzes how each well is performing, identifies wells that can provide more water, which need to be backed off or protected. And with the supply deficit addressed, this has yielded an additional 10 liters per second available now for allocation to area municipalities. Next slide. So for infrastructure updates, we have the Mannheim Side Stream project. The structural support systems are complete, with rebar installation carrying on as we speak, and the next step will be the concrete work that will flow from that process. At the Greenbrook Water Treatment Plant, the reservoir has been drained for repairs, and the chemical tanks are being replaced. The Maple Grove system, we've got the environmental assessment, finalized environmental assessment project is moving forward, and the Grand Water system, the consultant has been selected to move ahead with that works. Next slide, please. The next assignment of water is planned for October 1st. This is anticipated to be 40 liters per second to be ready for use by the end of 2026. This is made possible by the Mannheim Side Street project and the Greenwood enhancement. This brings the total anticipated assignment for 2026 to 70 liters per second. 30 liters per second ready for allocation now. That's from the 10 liters per second from the well optimization, and the 20 liters per second anticipated for Mannheim Phase 1. 40 liters per second to be allocated October 1st. We'll recognize second phase of side stream at 20 liters per second by the end of 2026, and 20 liters per second from the Greenwood optimization ready for allocation by the utilization by the end of 2026. So with that, Chair Redmond, I'll turn the floor over to Commissioner Rozier.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Brothers. Yes, working on the water allocation administrative agreement is progressing. As per the regional water allocation policy, this document outlines the roles and responsibilities for the region and area municipalities related to water allocation. And it is required to be executed prior to water allocations itself. A separate report on regionally issued forward-looking servicing agreements is part of your council package today. A presentation on the details of those agreements will follow this update. Since last at council, transfers of servicing commitment are actually underway right now. All requests received to date are underway, and these account for approximately 350 homes. Next slide, please. So this slide presents the full suite of policies and tools for water allocation and how they work together. The interim risk-based management framework is the guiding framework that outlines how much water will be released and approximately when. The region releases this water on a quarterly basis. The regional water allocation policy outlines how much water is proportionately assigned to the area municipalities. The water allocation policy administrative agreement outlines the roles and responsibilities and enables the region to assign water to area municipalities. And area municipal allocation policies outline how water is allocated to specific developments according to their own local approach. When an allocation is not possible, additional tools like transfers and forward-looking servicing agreements may be used to allocate future water to align with demand. Forward-looking servicing agreements can either be issued by the Region of Waterloo for requests that were received before May 8th, 2026, or by the area municipalities for requests received after May 8th, 2026. And with this, I'll hand it over to Commissioner MacDonald.
Thank you. Communications continues to work with area municipal communicators on upcoming updates and communications approaches. Yesterday, the region held a media briefing to announce that water capacity is restored and strengthened, followed by a media release. We are currently working on next steps on the communications plan, which includes new additions to the information hub and videos on water infrastructure and well optimization. We will also be issuing the next progress update planned for tomorrow. And as mentioned earlier, engagement is also continuing on well interference as we work to update the well interference policy. There's a survey online with paper copies available as well, and an in-person session being held here at the region on July 14th. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Brothers.
Thank you, Connie. So our next steps. Site preparation and testing at the Mannheim Side Stream project is continuing. A progress update bulletin is planned for July 9th. That's just around the corner, isn't it? And on August 12th of Special Council, the next work underway report and the well interference policy report will be coming to Council. So with that, Chair Redmond, this concludes our update presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for all that great information and update. And we do have questions. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. I have a question for each of the reports, and I'm not sure about the order of the reports because it was changed recently. Is this the report about the delegation of authority to the CAO? No, right? That's still coming. Okay, so with respect to this report, sorry for that confusion. I think there may be a perception around the community that we suddenly discovered 10 liters of water yesterday, which is great news, but I'm wondering if staff can in some ways elaborate on how that quote-unquote discovery actually happened and demystify it a little bit.
So I think I'll go to Pam.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. As council is aware, we've been diligently working on our infrastructure solutions and looking for opportunities to bring water online to address our deficit. In parallel to that, we were looking at all of the data we had and identifying if there was any ability to operate our existing well systems differently. Historically, and how we generated our initial sustainable well rates was we had looked at how hard could we push each of our wells, how could we get the most out of each individual well to make sure that we could still do that sustainably as a whole system. So as we were progressing through looking at other opportunities, we looked at the ability to decrease well takings in certain areas and what the impact would be on the aquifer. So this study was underway, and we were looking at our groundwater models, our water, monitoring well levels, and all of the data of the individual performance of our wells to see if we reduce water in one levels, would that allow us to take more overall sustainably in our system? So that work was underway as we were looking at addressing the deficit. And so it wasn't just something that came overnight. It was work that was being worked on by our internal teams as well as our external consultants. And as soon as we had a final report that we were satisfied we would be able to proceed with sustainably, we brought that forward to council.
So I can understand that for the development community that's waiting for water to come online. 6 months doesn't seem quick, but I'm really proud of the due diligence that went into the work here. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, staff, for this. One clarification. So with the well optimization, the areas that we're pumping more, which municipality is that coming from? Because I get the consistent question of, are we taking more from Wilmot?
Thank you, through the chair. The additional pumping is coming from what's called our Mannheim North well field, which is located within the municipality of Kitchener. It's actually just across the street from our Mannheim water treatment plant.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I'm also curious, and Chair, I don't know when's the appropriate time to ask, but I think it's great that we've gotten an update on this, but nowhere in any of today's reports are we getting an update on the biannual reporting information that I don't even think was circulated to council. I found out about it through my CAO. But for me as a decision maker, I think it's really important to understand, and it's pretty dense material, as I'm sure you guys are aware, and hundreds of pages of documents. But I know one of our delegates spoke about it today, and frankly, as a decision maker, I think it's important that we understand what those mean to understand what this means going forward as we're making decisions on our system. So is there a point in time that that's going to be coming back to council?
So through the chair, thank you for the question. Typically, we did not put these on our website because of the large nature of them, but when asked, we would provide them. We provided them the same day that we sent them to the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. So that's part of our permit to take water process is we're mandated to submit these reports for each well system every 2 years. So we did submit those on the same day that we provided them onto the website because there was some requests to see those reports. So in full transparency, we put them up on the website. We are waiting for the technical review to happen by ministry technical staff. And so typically what happens is we will get a report back from the ministry on each of the well systems as they complete those. And again, maybe that would be the point where if there's recommendations or technical input or requests from the ministry, that might be a good place to come back with that information.
Okay, thank you. I guess my question would be, your language sounded suggestive of perhaps coming back at that time or if things are flagged. My concern is, having reviewed it and not being a technical expert, I see a pretty steady decline in the Wilmot Center wells and in some of our other well fields. I appreciate I am not a hydrologist, nor are many of my residents, but again, as a decision maker over this system, I think it's really important that if I feel this way, I certainly hope at least one or two of my other colleagues do as well, and that we should understand that. So I'm just wondering more so, is there an opportunity to bring to council even just this is what these reports are, this is how they're navigated? Because again, I think we've learned through this entire water issue that there's perhaps opportunity for council to be better informed and for everyone to be able to be making better decisions when we understand that. So I guess I'm just wondering for a time for that.
So through the chair, yes, thank you. I would say that I think there is some misunderstanding often because AFB2, which is what Mr. Simpson was talking about, it is such a large aquifer that covers an extensive part of the region, which includes Kitchener, Wilmot, and Waterloo. So when people hear that, there's some decline in AFB2, I think you're right. There is a fear that we're talking about a specific area because that's where your wells are. An aquifer has different depths, and depending on where the well is inserted into those levels. I think Jeff, when he came and did a presentation, he showed Mannheim West how it's much shallower, and because we're getting close to the top of the wellhead, that there's more concern there. Whereas when he came to do the presentation on Wilmot Center, he showed that it's much deeper in that part of the aquifer. So I appreciate that it is very technical in nature, but just because there's a drop, I think Jeff had pointed out, every time you pump a supply well, there is going to be a decline in water levels, but there's also a point that's acceptable and still allowing you to operate sustainably. So happy to take direction if you would like some type of presentation on specifically AFB2, how they're all interconnected. We could work to arrange something.
Chair, I would be looking, whether that's direction or a motion, I would like that. And I would say not just on the Wilmot wells, like I want to understand the whole system. I appreciate that is like thousands of documents that we're like pages that we're talking about, but even something high level, because this is a system that we're all responsible for managing.
So I think direction to staff is just fine, Councillor Salonen, and I guess they are really busy doing other stuff, as we all acknowledge. When would we expect MECP to come back with the comments?
It's hard to say, just because they receive, I think, all of the reports by March or by in around the June period. But I can check in with them. They know the severity of what we're dealing with, so maybe that's an ask that we could have with our provincial counterparts to streamline the review of those reports.
So if it's acceptable, staff will go and talk to MECP and come back, and it could be an email because we're in July, to give a date where they think they can come back, if that's acceptable.
Is it possible it can just be added as like a tracking item? I know this technically isn't committee, but just so it doesn't get lost, to your point, we are in the summer
Sure.
and there's a lot of things going on.
We'll put it on the tracking list.
Thank you.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I just wanted to comment briefly on that flowchart slide that was in the presentation. I think that does a really great job of painting a picture of all of the work that's been done, and so really appreciated that. Just with respect to the interim risk management framework, just wondering if staff could maybe comment on, as part of our approval of that framework, I understand that there was built-in checkpoints and regular reporting to council and status updates on all of the projects that underpin the framework. Could staff just maybe comment on that and the cadence and the process in which we see coming back to make sure we're making progress on it, to have those conversations? I think to the earlier delegation's point about the interim part of the interim risk management framework, so that those this is truly a living document in my opinion, and just curious when we can expect that to come back.
Pam's going to weigh in.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. As part of the interim risk management framework, we had formally committed to quarterly reports, specifically doing a deep dive on the risks and how we were progressing and mitigating those risks. But we do know that we also have mechanisms to report to council on any changes between those time periods, which is our regular monthly progress meetings, as well as the weekly emails that are received by council. We also know that there is a lot of information that will be coming forward as we proceed through our projects. So one thing that staff is working on, and I think Joseph Puplo identified kind of that need for a dashboard, so a centralized repository where information could be accessed that looks at how we were progressing through projects, how we were looking at in terms of realized flows, how we were addressing the risks that were identified as part of the interim risk management framework. So that's something that staff is currently working on.
That's really great. Thanks for that information.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. My comment or question, actually, I guess, isn't about the water side of it. So you're off the hook a little bit. I just was curious in the report where it talks about the communications piece and the collaboration that's happening with area municipalities. Because my understanding with checking in with staff at the city is that there hasn't been, since the consultant was brought on, there hasn't been a brainstorming, collaborative discussion since when that would go back to March or April. And so Just given the importance and the care with which we need to communicate this information to not just the area municipalities, but to residents and stakeholders, across the, every sector. My question is, can there be some more actual collaboration where, because right now documents are given to area municipal communications staff, whereas I think personally the preference would be that they're developed with area communications staff. I'm not speaking on behalf of all of the area municipalities. I've just had checked in with my own staff. Okay, I'm seeing nods here, but so that's my question. Can there be, like the other working groups that exist with the development community and the conservation working group, et cetera, can we level up the actual collaboration on that front so that they're able to contribute from the start rather than, edit, et cetera, going forward?
Connie?
Thank you, and through the chair. So we do have a communications working group with all of the area municipalities that meets weekly. And so every week we bring that group together with our communications consultant. And that's really an opportunity for area municipal communicators to share what they're working on, to also bring forward any recommendations of any communications materials that might be needed. And that's also where we bring drafts of communications materials forward for folks to provide edits and to make recommendations on. So I can certainly take that back to the working group and seek out how we could adapt those meetings to make them feel more collaborative or to provide even more opportunities for input and feedback.
Yeah, thank you. That would be appreciated because, again, it's to help develop. I mean, I think this past week was certainly an example of where earlier, not just presenting the area municipalities with, draft releases, et cetera, if they had been engaged to help actually develop those, at least from my perspective, I think it would have been a much smoother process. Thank you.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I'm going to forego my question at the moment.
So I see no further questions. Thank you very much for the fulsome update and more to come for sure. The next report is the Mannheim Service Area Capacity Constraint, a forward-looking servicing agreement. And I'll now call on Rod Regier, Commissioner of Planning, Development, and Legislative Services, to introduce this report. And this does come with a recommendation.
Yep. Thank you, Chair Redmond. So this report follows the June 17th report to Council. Since that time, we have heard considerable feedback on the concept of the forward-looking servicing agreement. We've made substantial changes to the framework as a result of these discussions with stakeholders and the area municipalities. We believe this is a valuable tool to advance development where an allocation is not immediately available. Alyssa Bridge, our Acting Associate Director of Development Services, will walk you through this updated approach and recommendation.
Thanks, Rod. Good morning, and through the chair. As Rod mentioned, you have before you today an update report on forward-looking servicing agreements and an associated recommendation. Next slide, please. So at a high level, the recommendation is that Council endorse the forward-looking servicing agreement framework, but that directs staff to continue to negotiate the terms and conditions of the forward-looking servicing agreement itself, with the signing of that agreement delegated to the Commissioner of Water and Wastewater once it's in an acceptable form. Next slide, please. So forward-looking servicing agreements are a tool that can be utilized when allocation is not available from the area municipality. And the intent of these agreements is to align future water supply capacity with the anticipated development or the anticipated occupancy of a development project. They are one tool in a suite of policies that seek to responsibly advance development in light of the Mannheim service area capacity constraint. As Rod mentioned, the framework has evolved significantly since last presented to Council in June, and today I'll provide an overview of the consultation that has occurred and the updated approach. Next slide, please. So there's been significant consultation with the area municipalities, the province, and the development industry on forward-looking servicing agreements. This has included several meetings of both our planning focused working group and our development stakeholder group. Next slide, please. We've received really valuable feedback on forward-looking servicing agreements through this consultation. The feedback generally falls within the following themes. The first one being that forward-looking servicing agreements need to strike an appropriate balance in the sharing of risk, that forward-looking servicing agreements need to provide more certainty regarding the timing of water supply capacity for the development project. We also heard feedback that implementation of the forward-looking servicing agreement should be the responsibility of the area municipality. And we also heard that there's a need for additional clarity around the process and implementation of forward-looking servicing agreements. Next slide, please. So in response to this feedback, significant changes have been made to both the forward-looking servicing agreement and the framework. The first change relates to eligibility. The eligibility for regional forward-looking servicing agreements has been scoped to draft approved plans of subdivision, where a servicing agreement request had been submitted to the region prior to May 6, 2026, and where allocation is not otherwise available from the area municipality. All other forward-looking servicing agreement requests would be administered through the applicable area municipality. The intent of this change is to balance the feedback received regarding the implementation of these agreements being with the area municipalities, while recognizing that there were a number of developments that had requested servicing agreements with the region that couldn't proceed in light of the capacity constraint. The process for forward-looking servicing agreements has also been simplified in response to the feedback received. The intent is to provide more certainty earlier in the process regarding the timing of water supply capacity for the development. The former multi-step process has been replaced with a request from the developer that includes milestones related to the project. These milestones would then be matched with a water supply capacity project that best aligns with the development project timing. Should water supply capacity from that project be available, the forward-looking servicing agreement would secure the allocation of that water supply capacity for the occupancy stage of the development. There have been several other revisions made to the framework to provide more certainty and specificity. These include details on how forward-looking servicing agreements will be accounted for in future allocations to the area municipalities, a requirement for area municipal support for forward-looking servicing agreements, and details on the minimum content of a forward-looking servicing agreement. Next slide, please. To provide more certainty to the area municipalities and development industry through the updated framework, we have specified that 60% of a future water supply capacity project can be made available for forward-looking servicing agreements. 50% of this capacity would be reserved for area municipal forward-looking servicing agreements and 10% for regional. The remaining capacity, as well as any capacity not utilized for regional forward-looking servicing agreements, would be allocated to the area municipalities through a future allocation. We've established these amounts acknowledging that the estimates of water that will be available for future allocation are based on the best information we currently have. This includes projections of growth, as well as estimates for water produced from the identified projects. As we progress, this information will be refined, and by not allocating the full future project flows in advance through forward-looking servicing agreements, it'll allow for the projections to be refined and adjusted as required. Next slide, please. So considerable feedback was received from the development industry on the terms and conditions of the forward-looking servicing agreement itself, and further discussion is required on the content of the agreement. As such, staff have recommended that negotiations continue on the forward-looking servicing agreement content. This approach allows for flexibility to negotiate with an eligible landowner, recognizing that all situations might not fit into a precise template. Next slide, please. That is all I have for council formally today. I'd be pleased to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have a mover and a seconder to get it on the floor? Moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Rodriguez. Councillor Hunick?
Thank you, Chair Redmond. If I'm not mistaken, there's a place in this report where it says, upon request, the region will work with the area municipality and the developer to develop the FLSA. While I like this collaborative approach on the one hand, I think that's really good to say and to do. I'm worried that that opens the door to perceived favoritism of certain developers or certain types of development. How would we mitigate the perception or reality of a double standard for various developers or developments?
Isn't it nice we started with an easy question?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So we've done a few things to mitigate that. The forward-looking servicing agreement framework has a section that talks about the minimum content for the forward-looking servicing agreement. So that's intended to be the region's starting position in any negotiation around the forward-looking servicing agreement, and that's what would remain consistent among each developer's request. The other piece that we've done is we've scoped the eligibility. So regional forward-looking servicing agreements would be available to landowners that had a draft approved plan of subdivision where they had made a request to the region for a servicing agreement. And we track those requests for a servicing agreement and are aware of the date that they've submitted that. And so we can use that to prioritize the requests and treat the requests fairly.
Thank you. Something in your comment tweaked another question from me, Chair.
Go right ahead.
You said something about minimum, something that I don't even know what that means. The first thing you said, the first criteria, what is that? Minimum, you just said it in your...
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the forward-looking servicing agreement framework contains a list of items that would need to be included in any forward-looking servicing agreement.
And so what is the minimum requirement or something that you said?
Sure. So it includes things like that the development milestones need to be specified, that a date for anticipated occupancy and availability of water supply be specified. It has some clauses regarding a notice should a project not go a plan so that we can be advising the developer as early as possible if the timing is anticipated to change. And it also has some clauses around expiry or use it or lose it to make sure that any capacity that's being allocated through a forward-looking servicing agreement is
That's
utilized.
what you said, minimum capacity. Sorry, can you explain what minimum capacity means? Sorry, that was what you had said, or is that the whole bundle of what you just elaborated?
Correct, yes. There's a whole bundle of things that we'd be looking for to be included in the forward-looking servicing agreement at a minimum.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. Thanks very much for the report. I'm just curious if you could unpack a bit more kind of some of the feedback that particularly development communities provided with respect to a clause that's stating that unforeseen events outside of the region's control could delay servicing even after a building permit has been issued. Because I think that's a really a critical point, right? Like that. Because developers need to be able to go to their financing institutions, whichever they are, with something very, very, very solid that says, yep, you're going to be able to move ahead, do the work, get the building permit, and get this work underway. And so clauses that are going to be added, that are going to be included or are being suggested to be included, I would suspect that that would make it the financing piece very difficult for them to receive. So can you just unpack a bit more what kind of feedback you've gotten from the development sector on that? Because for me, that seems like a very, like I would say, untenable situation for them to be in.
So Councillor McCabe, I'm going to suggest that maybe Fiona wants to weigh in.
Okay, sure. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. There's been a number of points or concerns identified by developers related to the forward-looking servicing agreement and the framework. First of all, those would only be needed if there isn't an allocation available to them already. So if there isn't water available through the normal course in the allocation policy for their particular development. As a starting point. So they're, there's not, I don't know that there's going to be a lot of forward-looking servicing agreements. It just depends on the circumstances. All of the allocations are based on the interim risk management framework. And that provides that, because they're all based on construction projects, that some of which have not been commenced, some of which have been commenced, that they are subject to unforeseen events that may cause some delay, and they need to be provided for. That may impact what water's available and when.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding this, but so if you're saying existing water supply has been confirmed, so like quarter to quarter, there's agreements in place that, or sorry, as in every quarter when there will be or there won't be water provided, like, will that be enough for the development community to be able to proceed?
I don't think I can answer that because I don't know all of the numbers. I mean, not everybody is proceeding at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So it would depend on the individual timing of the development when they want to proceed. They can either look to what might be available in current allocations to meet their needs, and if not, then they could look at utilizing the forward-looking servicing agreement tool.
And so you said that there's just legal discussions are continuing, correct? On this matter?
Yes, we received comments, and we're continuing to look at them, and we'll be responding to them.
Okay, I'll leave it there then, because I think, I'm not a lawyer, but I think that is a critical piece for us as council to comprehend, and certainly, just understanding, there's risks to be managed on all sides, area municipalities, the development community, and the region, but to me, this is a fundamental issue that we need to grapple with and come to some kind of terms around, because we need an agreements in place that will allow them to get the financing they need to be able to go forward. So thank you very much. I'll leave it there.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I think that answered my question as well.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just have a clarification question. With this forward servicing agreement and the announcement yesterday with the additional 10 liters per second, when do we know when we'll be able to sign off on F1s, those Form 1s? I think that's a critical piece to this. So I don't know if staff can comment on where are we now in this process for approving F1s to be signed off on.
Pam?
Yeah, through you, the chair, we have had discussions through the province with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks in terms of the Form 1s as part of the normal allocation, which means there is a confirmation that water will be available, as well as Form 1s in the context of forward-looking servicing agreements, which is anticipating that water will be available. So the contemplation of the Form 1s and the execution is part of the forward-looking servicing agreement language.
Okay, so until we are through kind of the forward leasing servicing agreement, I'm like losing my acronyms here. We won't be able to province all of that. We won't be able to get those F1 signed off. So this is a critical piece in order to ensure that we can get Form 1s.
So through the chair, for the 10 liters per second that's on the table now, we could sign a Form 1 immediately for those allocations. We received a letter from the province outlining how we could sign Form 1s for forward-looking servicing agreements in the future, and really all it's doing is tying it back to the conditions in that forward-looking servicing agreement. So we would sign the Form 1 and reference the servicing agreement conditions, so we would be able to sign them under those conditions.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Rod, did you want to weigh in with an answer to a previous question, maybe?
Yes, just to put a little bit more context around the response to Councillor McCabe's question. Most situations in which forward-looking servicing agreement are large-scale, multi-stage development projects. They can be either in an urban context or in a suburban context, but here we're contemplating projects that are in excess of 1,000 units, by and large, like the ones that we've had conversations with, would be projects where building permits would actually not even be contemplated to be pulled in some cases until, let's say, 2029. In some cases, building permits might be expected to be requested by early next year for stage one, and then 5 or 10 years of development might proceed on with building permit applications on an annual basis. So the forward-looking servicing agreements are meant to establish a methodology for us to make a commitment to capacity well out into the future. And the reason that there's a risk management approach here is that the further you go out into the future, the more difficult it is to be certain about the specific dates that you will be delivering capacity around. And so that's the nature of the balance that we're trying to achieve here. We know that our capital program lines up with the potential demand, but there is risk associated with delivering that capital program if you're thinking about things that will be 3 and 4 and 5 years into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I think I'm going to ask my question anyway. It's sort of been answered, but I just want to make sure that I understand it correctly. So there's 2 levels of forward-looking servicing agreements, the regional and the area municipal. The region will look at projections, developments that are further out and larger, and the area municipal agreements would be for what?
Alyssa, go ahead.
Through the chair, so thank you for the question. So the region's forward-looking servicing agreements would be for draft plans of subdivision, where a servicing agreement request had been submitted prior to May 6th of this year. All other forward-looking servicing agreements would be at the discretion of the area municipality.
Okay, then I'm more confused than I thought I was. What Commissioner Regier just talked about then for developments that are in 2029, et cetera, how does that fit into this discussion?
Through the chair. So the region currently does servicing agreements for draft plan of subdivision applications. And on a subdivision application, the servicing agreement is needed so that the application can proceed to registration or final approval, which is when the lots are actually created. What happens upon registration is the site servicing and site works are done, which can take some time, and then actual building permits for that land follows sometimes a year to 18 months following registration. So in some cases, the subdivisions that the region would enter into forward-looking servicing agreements for wouldn't actually see building permits pulled until later, potentially 2029.
But all of these forward-looking servicing agreements are just applications that have been in pre-May of this year. Yes?
Through the chair, yes. So the region's forward-looking servicing agreements are draft-approved plans of subdivision where that request for a servicing agreement had already been submitted.
Thank you.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you. I don't know if that left me more confused or my question answered. This particular motion, though, before council, the recommended motion is only impacting those who are part of the ISU, and the other greenfield subdivisions, plans of subdivision are just proceeding as normal?
Through the chair, that's correct. So this suite of tools that we've developed, the allocation policy, the transfers, and the forward-looking servicing agreement are specific to the Mannheim service area.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, I have no more questions. It's been moved and seconded, so I'm going to ask you to use your e-scribe to vote on the motion before us. Alyssa, thank you very much. Councillor Foxton, do you have access to eScribe?
Well, I'm on eScribe, but nothing popped up.
Do you mind giving us a verbal commitment? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Colleagues, that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Good questions and good information. The next report is opportunities for expediting water capacity projects under the region's purchasing bylaw. And I'll now call on Wayne Steffler, Commissioner of Corporate Services, to introduce this report.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. The region has committed to timelines for allocating water supply capacity through the interim risk management framework, our administrative agreements with municipalities, and the forward-looking agreements, service agreements. Meeting those commitments requires critical water infrastructure projects to move forward as quickly as possible. In some cases, standard procurement timelines may create schedule risks that could delay infrastructure needed to support development and growth. The purpose of today's report is to provide an additional tool to help accelerate delivery while maintaining transparency, accountability, and appropriate oversight. Specifically, the recommendation would authorize Council to waive certain requirements of the purchasing bylaw for specific water capacity projects identified through the interim risk management framework. It would also delegate authority to the Chief Administrative Officer to approve procurements for those projects, regardless of value, where specific criteria are met. Specifically, the recommendation is waiving two requirements in the purchasing bylaw. The competitive procurement requirement. Normally, for projects of a certain value, staff must go through a formal competitive process before awarding work. This authority would allow the CAO to bypass that competitive process for specified water capacity projects when time is critical and the stated conditions are met. The other is the section requirement of Section 35 of the bylaw on the disbursement of additional funds for an existing contract. This is a situation where a contract has already been awarded and additional funds are needed, or contract values change beyond the normal delegated approval limits. This authority would only be used in limited circumstances where standard procurement timelines cannot reasonably met project delivery requirements and where sufficient approved funding is already in place. This recommendation does not authorize any new spending. Any procurement approved under this authority must be funded through existing approved budgets or other funding sources already authorized by Council. The proposed authority is temporary and would automatically sunset on December 31st, 2028, unless Council chose to extend it following a future review. A key consideration in developing this recommendation has been maintaining strong accountability and oversight. This does not eliminate the procurement controls or remove transparency requirements before any non-competitive procurement could proceed. Staff would be required to consult with the Chief Purchasing Officer to confirm that the procurement falls within the approved authority and that appropriate documentation and procurement requirements are met. Council would also receive monthly reporting on every procurement approved under this authority, including the vendor selected, contract value, funding source, rationale for the procurement approach, urgency being addressed, and the reason the waiver was required. This recommendation responds to feedback from area municipalities and development stakeholders who've identified the need to accelerate critical water infrastructure. By providing a mechanism to shorten procurement timelines where appropriate, the region will be better positioned to advance these infrastructure projects and support housing construction, employment growth, and economic development. Staff recognize that waiving competitive procurement requirements introduces risks, including potential impacts on competition and vendor equity. Those risks would be mitigated through the targeted and limited use of this authority, documented decision-making, consultation with procurement staff, use of pre-qualified vendors where appropriate, and regular council reporting. Ultimately, the recommendation is designed to balance two important objectives: the urgency of delivering critical water infrastructure and the responsible stewardship of public funds. Staff believe this approach provides appropriate flexibility while maintaining transparency, accountability, and oversight. and staff will be pleased to answer any questions.
So we have a very long motion before us. Thank you, Wayne, for explaining it. Do I have a mover and seconder to get it? A move by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor James. Get it on the floor. Councillor Harris, I have you as the first speaker.
Yeah, I know I'm supposed to ask a question on this one, and originally I had one, but I am satisfied under the circumstances. We need to move quickly on, any and all aspects of, getting our water capacity, back on track. And there are times when, we need to expedite the purchasing, knowing that, we only meet so often to approve things, and especially over the summertime. I'm happy with, the fact that you're going to report monthly to council on this process, and more importantly, then that we have a expiration date of December 31st, 2028. So I'm satisfied, and hopefully we can continue to work with, the many local suppliers and trades who I know you're already working with, like the folks at Latimer, and others, to procure locally in this regard, knowing that we've got a lot of expertise and ability here in our community. So good luck.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. I think I'm in favor of this motion. I'm just curious, can you explain the rationale for extending the temporary measure to December 31st, 2028? I was wondering why it wouldn't cease when the new council is sitting. I just don't want to tie the new council's hand to something they didn't agree to, but maybe there's rationale for that.
Yeah, through you, the chair, I think as everybody at this council is aware, we have a lot of moving projects that will be happening within the next year and are critical to keep moving. So the expiry clause of 2028 gives staff the opportunity to review how many times we've used it, the feedback we've received, if the requirements are still needed to be able to successfully meet those critical deadlines. But we do also recognize that there are a lot of critical projects happening between now and when new council comes on. So we don't want to have additional delays to be able to, so we want to have this tool available over the next year to 2 years to be able to continue to successfully move those projects forward.
Thank you, Sandy. Thank you. I guess I'm hearing there would be potential issues with sunsetting the temporary clause at December 31st, 2027, yes?
I think it limits us with the flexibility, as we know there are a lot of critical projects happening in 2027 and into 2028. And I know we do have a motion on the floor to look at opportunities to expedite additional projects within that time frame. So the 2028 was the balance of recognizing that we don't want to put the provisions out till the end of all of the capital projects that are identified at the interim risk management framework, but recognizing the breadth of the projects that will be happening over the next 2 years. That's why that date was chosen as to come back.
Thank you. I'll see what other colleagues have to say. Thanks.
And there is nothing that's tying the hands of a future council should they want to change this? If that is helpful. Okay, Councillor Gowing.
Thanks to you, Chair. Can you tell me what the difference from this is, other than removing the amounts from our current CAO approval bylaw? Because I know I'm looking at it right now, and the CAO can approve up to between $1 million and $10 million on projects. I'm just wondering what the difference is.
Wayne?
So through the chair, so what this does, it changes two aspects. So it's the aspect of the competitive procurement process. So that can be where we have requirements of having an open bid for projects. We can do that in a more limited way. So instead of opening it up, we might identify a few vendors we know, and send offers to them to bid on a contract. The approval levels for a tender stay the same. That's not changing. So anything over the $10 million limit for the CAO would still come, those tenders would still come forward to council. So that part doesn't change. The other part would be in terms of disbursement of funds. So when a contract is exceeding the like an overage from the projected initial contract value. The CAO, under it meeting certain criteria, has that ability to approve additional funds there to keep the project moving forward, assuming there is budget in place for that project. So those are that's the two key things that are happening.
Okay, and I'm in favor of doing this because we need to get these projects moving. I'm looking at the fact that where we've already been talking about this in the last little while, we're already at 7% coming into this budget, and if we continue to not look at this in the way of it coming back to us before an approval, I'm just worried that it's going to balloon past that. I'll set that aside for a second. But when it comes to the reporting back to us, I'm looking at, if we're looking at monthly reporting on this, can we at least get an update, let's say 2 business days after a decision is made, so that we are aware of what's coming instead of having it reported monthly to us? And second to that, I'm not comfortable with the 2028 date as well. Can we look at doing it in 2027? That gives us a full year and a half of this to see if that, and then we can extend it at that point.
So are you proposing that as an amendment?
Yes.
So that the end date would read December 31st, 2027? Is there a seconder for that? Okay, seconded by Councillor Hunick. So we're now talking about the amendment. Any speakers want to speak to the amendment? Councillor Salonen?
Thank you, through you, Chair. It's getting close to what I wanted to talk about, but I'm still concerned about the 2027 deadline. I appreciate the point that a future council would have an opportunity to change it. It would require a future council even knowing what has been passed, and there's lots of things that we pass as council. But my bigger concern is actually, we know functionally the role of the chair is changing with the next term of council, and they're going to be personally responsible for the budget. I have a lot of concerns with us now blanket saying the CAO can make these changes when now a different person's going to be personally accountable. Not to say that council doesn't have involvement in the budget, but budgeting processes with strong chair powers, which are following strong mayor powers, do add to question when we don't even know who that individual is going to be. So personally, instead of 2027, I would say at the new turn of council, so that would be November 15th, 2026, that this be brought back forward. And I don't think it needs to change. I just think for reconsideration of that new council would be my preference for date.
So the cleanest way to handle this is vote against the amendment, and then you can propose a different end date if you'd like.
Sure.
Can I do a friendly correction and change it to November 15th, 2026?
I am not seeing unanimous consent, so I'm going to tell you no. So we have an amendment that's been moved and seconded. Councillor Schatz, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Only that I am in Councillor Salonen's camp on, excuse me, on this one, so I will vote against this particular amendment that's on
Councillor
the floor at the
Foxton.
moment.
I am with my colleagues. I am on Councillor Solomon's as well. So I will tune down the amendment.
Councillor Leggett, do you want to speak to the amendment? Okay. I'll leave you on the list. Councillor Bravanovich on the amendment.
Thank you very much. And I just sent a proposed alternative amendment to the clerk and copied council. And I share the concerns that are being raised. I think we also need to recognize that while the new council will take office on November 15th, there needs to be a transition period in terms of people being educated and made aware and so on. And so the amendment that I'm proposing is that this provision be in place only until June 30th, 2027, and further that the new council be fully briefed on the water issue ahead of the 2027 budget, including staff delegation provisions so they can consider if they want to proceed with them. So this would allow for all of the briefing to happen and and an earlier date regardless. So that would be my suggestion.
So we're queuing up right here because Councillor Salonen actually got her dibs in before you. So before we cross that bridge,
Sorry, Chair. Can I withdraw my amendment then?
no, we did not have unanimous consent. Okay, so we're going to vote on the amendment, which is that this whole initiative expire on December 31st, 2027.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Sorry, I think Councillor Gowing is asking that he withdraw it. Before you were asking, he was asking for a friendly amendment, which technically doesn't even exist.
There are no friendly amendments.
Right.
And
but
there
he
was
can't-
not unanimous consent for him to withdraw it.
I don't think that's what people understood you were asking about withdrawing.
Okay, do you want to ask again, do we have unanimous consent for Councillor Gowing to withdraw his amendment? Do we have?
Yes.
Councillor James, do we have unanimous? Okay, so that is withdrawn, and I'm now going to go to Councillor Salonen.
I'll second Barry's amendment wording. No, I don't care. I'm fine with that wording. Like, I think it makes more sense than the November 15th. So the wording that was provided by Councillor Burvanovic, I'm happy to second.
Okay, hang on a minute. So I will not read the 3 pages, but for everybody's edification, the provision be in place only until June 30th, 2027, and further that the new council be fully briefed on the water issue ahead of the 2027 budget, including staff delegation provisions so that they can consider if they want to proceed with them. So that is proposed to be moved by Councillor Burvanovic. Councillor Salonen, do you want to second it? Okay. So I'm going to go back to the list. Councillor Liggett, did you want to speak to this? Okay. Councillor James, do you want to speak to the amendment? Anybody want to speak to the amendment? Okay, the amendment is before us. Please use e-scribe to vote.
Madam Chair, I'm in favor.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe. Colleagues, that is carried. There's still a speakers list on the main motion as amended. So Councillor Leggett, back to you.
Sorry, Chair, just one point of order. Some of us who were on the list to speak to the main motion got removed because we then started speaking to amendments. I believe I was
So if you can queue back in, or I will go over the list again, but I have Councillor Leggett as the next one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I look at the water capacity supporting projects and I look at the side stream, and when those are coming online, I'm wondering, are we looking at doing the concrete bunkers for those tanks prior to, like, when are they going to, are we going to do them all at once? And the reason I'm asking is, when we talk about indemnification for area municipalities versus region, acts of God, that sort of thing. Something that's not an act of God is a shortage of something. So 4 years ago, 2022, there was a big shortage of cement in the province for various reasons, one of which was, believe it or not, a lack of bags to put the cement in. But there's labor shortage, there's concrete cement being shipped to the states or other provinces. So that is something I have concerns if whoever we're having do this work will put if something like simple as, it's not simple, I mean, it's a big thing, but when it's not an act of God and it's that type of a problem, that the region is being put into a position where we could be at risk for lawsuits by developers, but also the area municipalities will as well. So are we doing these bunkers all at once, or are we doing them after we've done each side stream project?
Through you, the chair, at the moment we are focusing on getting the concrete pads poured for the phase 1 of the side stream, which is scheduled to come online September 30th. The reason for this is we are expediting the delivery and the installation to ensure that that first unit can be brought on within that committed date. Soon thereafter, we will be proceeding with the remainder of the pads, but we're working with the constructability specialist and our consultants and our contractor to stay ahead of potential delays in equipment, and while also balancing the need to meet the dates that have been presented to council.
Just to follow up, just as kind of a statement, is, I hope that we look at what problems could occur that we're not just think outside of the box. I mean, that was a shortage that nobody anticipated, and it set construction back that whole year.
Yeah, through you, the chair, I can assure that we have a lot of folks on top of identifying both what is currently happening and, as best as we can, projecting what we're seeing in the market and looking at opportunities to mitigate those risks.
Councillor Ivanovich. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just speaking to the motion on the floor, and I'm really conscious of the fact that we are going to have a new council chair, which has additional authority, and getting ahead of ourselves in making these financial decisions where things could change significantly for us as a council. So I support the amendment to have it, the delegated authority of 2027 with some parameters put in. I also just have a question, again, for clarification. It is around the number. Commissioner Steffler, can you just confirm what the ceiling amount for this dollar approval is?
Through the chair, so the what is being waived here is two items. It's the competitive procurement processes within the bylaw, so that will allow us to expedite things. We don't have to do a long, drawn-out tender process. We can identify a few select vendors and move forward that way. Mm-hmm. The other piece is when there may be contract increases. And that's waiving that requirement that if it's over, I think it's over 15%, or over $250,000, that has to come back to council. So we're waiving that, asking to waive that, but that is only if it is within the existing budget of that project. So there is budgeted funding available. So those two aspects stay the same. The whole, when tenders are brought forward to council, that's not changing. Any tender over 10 million, RFP or tender, will come to council for approval.
Okay, so with that then, with the competitiveness kind of removed, this is where there is kind of sole sourcing that can be done at the liberty of our CAO and team. So just confirm that. So this is where we'd be sole sourcing.
Through the chair, potentially, I think we would still want to ensure we're getting good value, and it would just be giving the ability to expedite that. We would have certain vendors on record. We would just go directly to even 2 or 3 and just get quotes directly, so that would expedite the process.
Okay, I do have concerns with this aspect, just because especially in the work that we're in, there's always conscious about benefiting some over others, and integrity and transparency and accountability. And when we get to a process like this, it does open up the window for some to benefit more than others, and I'm conscious of that, and I want that on record, because when we get into sole sourcing, we know there typically is trajectory of areas where there are gaps and inefficiencies and bias. The other thing is around the monthly reporting. Sorry, Chair, just one more question. I just want to confirm for an accountability's sake. So there will be monthly reporting that our CAO will be bringing back to council. Within that monthly reporting, anything that is 15% over, can that be included with that report to ensure if you are approving something?
Through the chair, yeah. So the report, the idea is that any things where this was exercised, this waive, that would be included in that report.
Okay, all right, perfect. I am happy to support this as it is. I think we need to move things forward. Also conscious of those who are currently ready, willing, and able to work and supporting our local businesses through this. So I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm curious on the language in Part 1, Section B of the recommended motion, in particular when it's about potentially disbursement of additional funds or reallocation of funds. Can you explain what that means? Is that like if a capital project didn't spend as much money, then money can be moved over? Trying to get clarity on what exactly that part means.
So generally, what that would mean is within a certain capital budget, there are multiple projects. So what that evaluation would be is we would look and see, well, based on where other projects are, contingencies and that type of thing, can we shift funding from one to the other? So this is contingent on the funding being within an approved budget for this be able to be exercised.
So with that, how is that envelope? I get it's already pre-approved. My concerns come in with the legislative requirement that water cannot be paid for out of the regular levy, and it needs to come, the utility needs to pay for itself. So I'm just a little bit concerned with that wording, not discussing the legislation there.
Through the chair. So any of the capital projects that are water projects are funded through user rates. They're not funded through the tax rate, so they couldn't go beyond those projects within the water budget. So it would only be user rate funded.
Okay, so that doesn't need further clarity. The team is fully aware and plans to comply with that. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further questions. So it's been moved and seconded. It is amended. Do we have unanimous consent to support this, or do people want to use eScribe? Do I have unanimous consent to approve this amended motion? I'm seeing no dissenting voices, so that has been carried unanimously. Thank you. The next issue is a report on water financial update. This is for information, and Wayne Steffler is back. So Wayne, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. This report provides council with a financial update on the initiative required to address the Manheim service water capacity constraint and the potential impacts on the water capital reserve, financial requirements, and future water rates. This analysis builds on previous reports to council, including the preliminary water capacity constraint and associated resource needs report and the pilot Manheim temporary side stream project, which include approximately $15 million in approved funding. Staff have assessed the operating capital impacts associated with addressing the constraint, including accelerating capital projects, newly identified infrastructure requirements, additional operating costs, and permanent staffing resources. To support long-range planning, staff developed 3 financial scenarios illustrating how varying levels of senior government funding could affect reserve balances, financing requirements, and future water rates. These scenarios are planning tools only. They are intended to support sensitivity analysis and do not represent recommended rate increases or a forecast of the 2027 plan and budget process. The analysis also assumes development charge funding for certain projects is not available, since this pending completion of the development charge background study is required and will be subject to that council's decisions on the development charges. A key finding is the significant influence senior government funding could have on the long-term financial outlook of the water program. It's important to note that the capital plan in the outer years remains at a high level and will continue to be refined as project scope, timing, costs, and funding strategies are confirmed. Accordingly, long-range reserve projections should be interpreted with caution. Staff continue to work closely with the province and advocate for funding support to accelerate solutions, reduce pressure on the water capital reserve, and minimize impacts on water rates. Securing external funding remains the single most important factor in reducing future rate pressures and avoiding debt financing. Staff will continue to refine project costs, timing, funding strategies, and will bring forward any future recommendations regarding water rates, reserve contributions, financing strategies, or debt financing through the 2027 plan and budget process. And thank you, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilor Rodriguez.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for this presentation and update. My first question, just in terms of the three different funding scenarios, can you maybe just clarify what assumptions you used in terms of what enhanced funding is, just to understand what we're actually asking for that would underpin, say, scenario 2 or 3?
Through the chair, yeah. So scenario 1 assumed no external funding. Scenario 2 assumes 50% external funding, and scenario 3 is full funding of the new capital.
Okay, thank you for that. And my second question, I think, is just more about, obviously, many of the projects that are shown, you know, in the previous report that around the delegation of procurement were projects that we had to do anyway, or that would have happened regardless if this constraint wasn't identified. Can staff maybe comment a little bit on sort of the delta between this trajectory that we were on? We were probably on most of that trajectory all along. There's probably a few new projects like Side Stream, for example, that are adding pressure and no doubt, but could you maybe just comment on this trajectory we were on was probably something that we would have been looking at regardless of the capacity constraint and would have just been part of our normal capital program to implement the 2015 water supply strategy?
Pam took a drink of water so she can give you a very fulsome response.
Thank you. Through the chair, and I believe this is included in the council report, it identifies which projects were already part of the capital budget. So you are correct that the majority of those projects were already part of the 10-year capital program. What did happen is that some of those projects were brought forward, so expedited, which does have an impact on having that money available sooner, which I believe is part of the scenarios that was presented here. You are correct, the Mannheim Side Stream was not part of those original projects, and I believe that the Grand Water System was outside of the current 10-year capital program. There was also an increase in budget identified for Greenbrook above what was currently in the 10-year capital program, but the remainder of the projects were already included in the budget.
Okay, that's helpful. And I think the report does a good job of telling a story of how, you know, the next 5-10 years. And just want to, again, appreciate that clarity around what Appendix A shows in terms of was always the plan versus what we've had to do in response. Thank you.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. A few questions. So, and I picked it up when looking at scenario 3, not saying that we're going to get full funding, but I'm just curious how we stay at the planned 7% annually if all of our costs are covered externally, yet we added 8 permanent full-time employees and that wasn't considered until council approved it a few months ago. I'm confused how we can keep our rate the same yet absorb 8 new full-time staff.
So through the chair, so what the 7% existing, that was what we forecasted for 2027 when we did the 2026 budget. So within that forecast, there were some expectations that there would be an additional operating resources needed. So we didn't adjust that scenario. We've left that to incorporate that. It's pretty close to what those operating costs were. Increases were in that projection, But also keep in mind that this is not a presentation of what we're planning for or what we're going to present in terms of the proposed water rates for the 2027 budget. We need to go through the budget process, which is a rigorous process where we go through and review the budget, the various elements to get us to where we see then that 2027 rate can be and what we're projecting forward. So that was the focus of this, was to look at the additional capital projects and the impact on the reserve and how we would have to finance that.
So the scenarios then aren't actually inclusive of what the next council will be looking at budget?
This is a forecast at this point in time to the best of our knowledge. We need to go through the process to get us to where we would be recommending something.
Right, but if we make a decision on any of these scenarios, well, if the federal or provincial government makes a decision and then one of these scenarios is what happens, this is not what's going forward to the next council at budget then?
This is some scenarios to give a sense of the scale, and based on what those decisions are, then we would bring back where we would bring back through the budget process where we see what we would recommend in terms of what rates should be moving forward.
Okay. I was also curious on the discrepancy of a few $1 million between the side stream project, which is 15 million, but we've applied federally and provincially for 18 million. I was just curious on the rationale why it was 18 million that we've requested.
So really that was to identify some of these additional costs, some of the ones you mentioned, that those are impacting us on our additional impacts on our water rates.
So we're now trying to get the federal and provincial government to offset having to increase our water rates for our own problem?
No, it's just, it wasn't only the 15 million, it's the additional costs of the additional staffing. We included those additional costs in that request as well.
So yes, then it's us trying to offset some of what will eventually have to go on the users if we're putting one-time funding allocations in to include staffing. That's permanent staffing. We're just trying to offset and get more money.
Some of that, so I think some of it was the consulting work. That was one time. That was what that was referencing or referring to.
Okay, I'll go back in the queue. Thank you, Chair.
And it is for information, and so if you have questions or need, a disaggregated or further information, that can always come back. I have no further speakers. I think Councillor Vrbanovich wants to be on.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Thank you, because I had keyed in. Thanks to staff, and I mean, good that we have this forecast, but it does, I think, also sort of create some confusion around what that means in relation to the 2027 budget. And while this is hypothetical, I guess I want to make some hypothetical statements to go with it. I mean, these are very high percentage increases. And, I would expect whether, any of us or new people are around the horseshoe in the future, they would probably be a concern for some, if not most, members of council. I know previous forecasts, I believe, spoke in the 4.9 to 5.9% range. What we're looking at is talking about $50 a household, and those kinds of increases would be very difficult to pass on to customers by the area municipalities who purchase the water from the region. Obviously, I think there are a number of provincial and federal opportunities for infrastructure funding, and where we can use them, because I know there are regulations around water utility and what monies you can put into water and not. I think we just need to understand that this is a significant ask from an already overtaxed electorate who have said affordability is a major problem for them.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad that Councillor Verbanovich brought that up because that heavy rock rolls downhill. So as we increase our water rates here at the regional level, all of the area municipalities also have to add to that in order to keep their end of the services up. So it's not just 7% or, God help us, 10%. It's more than that added to the burden for the local taxpayer. So I just wanted to agree with Councillor Verbanovich on that and bring it to everybody's attention that it's not just about what we're doing here, it adds to the overall burden.
So I think I have no further speakers. So thank you for that discussion. We are now going to move to a notice of motion by Councillor McCabe. I understand, Councillor McCabe, your motion, and you've given notice of motion, is seconded by Councillor Hunick, and it is regarding a review of feasibility of advancing the Maple Grove Booster Pumping Station design construction and the Cambridge 2W Booster Pumping Station designation or construction. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor McCabe?
Yeah, I can just briefly. And I do want to just start by saying I apologize to staff. Earlier when I was in some questions I had, I was remiss in not saying thank you to staff for finding for the well optimization work that's been done and the 10 liters per second that's been found or recovered, and just generally the overall work to stabilize the system. So thank you for that. So about the motion particularly, this is about timing and readiness, and the purpose is to determine whether two important water infrastructure projects can be advanced. And the goal really is to avoid, if possible, avoid the potential loss of water capacity in 2028, 2029, because what I worry about is that there's capacity being brought online, as we've been discussing today and at other meetings, but then as other repairs and stuff need to occur, I'm worried that we may lose some of that capacity, and I don't want to return to the sort of similar situation that we're in. So the Water Grove Water Treatment Plant and the Cambridge 2W Booster pumping stations are both obviously important to the long-term water strategy, and we know that this infrastructure matters for for residents, businesses, institutions across the board. And this motion is not prejudging the outcome. It is asking staff to come back by the end of August with a feasibility assessment to help council understand whether these projects are actually ready to proceed, what the financial implications might be, what risks and benefits could be involved, and what decisions would be required if an acceleration is possible. So it's looking for a critical path forward, potentially earlier dates. But again, as I said, it's not prejudging the outcome. But in short, it's asking to do more work now to understand whether we can act sooner while protecting our water capacity, and again, to support the region's future in a very prudent and informed way. So that's the motion on the table, and I thank Councillor Hunick for seconding it.
Councillor Hunick, would you like to speak to it as a seconder?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think in addition to what Councillor McCabe has already noted, I think this motion and the actions associated go a long way to what Joseph Pupolo alluded to, which is the idea that the more we demonstrate that we want water usage and development to return to normal, the more likely we are able to partner with other levels of government for this type of work to be expedited. So we look forward to your support of this motion.
Councillor Verbanovich.
Thanks very much, and I just wanted to thank Councillor McCabe for bringing this motion forward. I think over the last 6 months, we've seen a number of initiatives from numerous members of council that have been brought forward to advance different aspects of this work in a timelier manner, but to recognize the significance of the impact that's been talked about. I think as we heard earlier today, I think it's been, 218 days, I think was the number that was referenced since we first heard about it. And the original report was only going to come back at the end of March, and council was able to push it back with, obviously with the support of our staff to the end of January. And since then, we've seen a lot of good work happen, but I think we need to continue to advance things where possible, and just want to acknowledge Councillor McCabe and her work on this.
Councillor Gowing.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I was going to echo Councillor Vivanovich's comments there. I think this is good to find out if this is feasible to, and what point and stage it's at that we can move forward on projects like this. And maybe if, while they're looking into this, is there other projects that, I know we have a list of other projects, but is there something that can coincide with this at the same time instead of just looking at these projects? But I 100% support this.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. I too would like to thank staff for all the work they've done throughout this whole water crisis, and congratulate them on their recent find of the 10 liters per second. I'm questioning the timing of August. This is July. There's a lot that's being asked for in this motion. Is that a reasonable timeline for staff?
Who would like to take that?
Thank you. Through you, the chair. I believe that the motion indicates bringing a report forward by end of August. So staff have reviewed this with the assumption that that report would be prepared by end of August to be presented to council in September, just with the recognition of providing the information available for discussion. I will note that we have engaged a consultant to develop a project readiness framework, and we're actually going through that exercise already for our CAM2 West pump station. We also are engaging with the province on opportunities to expedite all of our capital projects. So I just want council to be aware that this is work that we are already undertaking. In terms of the reporting back, I think if council is in agreement in terms of the end of August and bringing that forward for presentation in September, then that is reasonable.
Okay, thank you.
So just, we have a common understanding that while the report will be done by the end of August, it won't be dealt with by council till September, correct? Just for clarification. Thank you for that. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair, and I think this is great. I think that what we're asking for is to be the information to be researched to find out if it's going to work and the cost measures and whether it's doable. So I think it's a great motion. Thank you.
I have no further speakers, so it has been moved and seconded. Do we have unanimous consent to adopt this motion? That has been unanimously supported. That's great. That is carried. Colleagues, we have correspondence from Rory Farnham, Citizens for Safe Groundwater, that we've received for information. I now need a motion to enact the bylaws first, second, and third readings. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Rodriguez, seconded by Councillor Liggett, for adoption of all of the motions that have been dealt with of today's meeting. Do I have unanimous consent to adopt the first, second, and third reading bylaws? That is unanimously carried. Councillor Saladin, you have a question.
I do, thank you. Just because there isn't other business, but I didn't think it was appropriate to bring up at any other point in time. I'm curious if we can just have an org chart of the water department / what consultants we've hired. Not that I have issues with it, I just want to understand, because I was unaware that we'd hired another consultant, or maybe it's not another one and they're doing other work, but if we could just have that given to council, that'd be really great.
So that could probably come via an email.
Yep, I'm happy with that.
Okay, that is great. And colleagues, I am not in any way complacent about going to other levels of government to ask for funding, but I do want to underscore we've had discussion and some scenarios that were brought forward by staff. The reality is we have used an urgent lens at looking at solving a problem that needed to be dealt with immediately. That all came at a cost, and we have to recognize that on a go-forward basis. So totally take Councillor Saladin's question, because there have been a lot of moving parts, but I do want to caution all of us that all of this costs money, and all of this, when we get consultants, takes time of our staff in order to work with those consultants. I really do want to commend staff for not leaving any stone unturned, area municipal staff, as well as the development community for getting us where we are, and of course the help of the province. I now need a motion to go into closed. If I get a move by Councillor Saladin, seconded by Councillor McCabe. Do I have unanimous consent to go to a closed meeting that will be held on today's date immediately following this open session in the Waterloo County Room in accordance with Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001, and it is to discuss issues related to identifiable individuals and labor relations regarding organizational structure. Do I have unanimous consent? That is great. Now I need a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Gowing, seconded by Councillor Rodriguez. Do we have unanimous consent to adjourn? Thank you.